and gentlemen, the Roadhouse is proud to welcome the 9-inch nails.
Oh, alright. Let's see. Oh, that's a little loud. I might want to fix that. Okay. Okay. That should be alright. Okay, so I did have a puzzle type idea. I guess it's sort of a modification to one that I already had, but I gotta figure out how to fit it in here. Is the annoyance. Just like it's part of why it's starting to get difficult to build these puzzles with the just integer interface for building them. I mean, it's fine because I just remember whatever the integers are, but it starts to be like trying to come up with the code ways that everything interacts. It can start to get a little weird. Anyway, I believe the player is somewhere around here, so Hello, Cloper, or C-Loper, or K-Loper, rather. Clopper? Anyway, how's it going? Let's see. So, I think... I'm trying to think of what's the best way to implement this thing that I want to do. Because basically what I want to do is I want to add a third color of dice that's subtractive, basically. I don't know whether that's going to be good or interesting, but essentially the way that would work is you'd have like a red one, right? So normally like you can add together 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 2, say that, but then like let's say there was also like a red 1 here, so this one over that, then you could like you'd have to pull out 1. So it actually modified the count negatively though. But I'm not sure what number to use for that, because like right now I'm using 1, 2, 3. Like basically the way they work is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Or then I use -1, -2, and so on for the dark ones. So negative would be the thing that made sense, but yeah. Hello, Canookles. Yeah, well, I tried to run the stream for a little bit before I actually started, just because I know it takes a while for all the notifications to go out and everything, so I don't think I actually, well, I guess I do use 10, but I could use 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. That seems so hard to do. Anyway, how are you doing, Canookles? I hope you're doing well. But essentially I want to add another number, and that's the thing that's a little difficult, is because like right now I basically just do a test to see within what range the number is. I guess I could do negative, because I don't have more negatives. I could do like -11, you know, -12, -13. I could do it that way, since I don't actually seem to care whether it's less than 0, more than that, right? Anyway, yeah, we listened to a little bit of the 9 Inch Nails in the intro, so you did miss that, but yeah, well, I've gotten unused to programming too, because I haven't been doing it much either. Let's see, so basically, what am I doing here? So I'm checking whether I've already checked the thing. And I'm finding all the tiles, and I'm going through the positions, and I'm checking if it's a dice face symbol, which means that it's less than or equal to 6. If it's more than 0, what is this? So I'm actually checking S, which is the one we're testing. So if the solution there, like say, I wrote this so long ago. So if like this is, we're checking and then we run into this one, right? If the solution there times this is more than 0. Oh, okay, that's to see that they're not negative, right? In other words, if we've got a positive and a negative, then it's going to come out to a negative thing, right? So I'm just checking to make sure they're the same color. Well, that's what I say here, right? So then we add them together and store that, right? Yeah, yeah. Yeah, it's not real programming, right? I guess. That game? You mean The Witness or Steven's Sausage Roll, or I'm not sure what game you mean. Let's see, target. Oh, this is confusing because I'm trying to think how this has to work. It's basically I want to add up the whole sum, and then I want to add a modifier to it, right? If I'm going to have an additional thing. Like if this one's going to be a red one, then I would want to add up the whole sum, I feel like, then modify. Because it can't just subtract from 1. It's got to like kind of subtract from 1. Ah, Dark Souls. Yeah, that's a pretty tough game to beat, especially that final boss. Unless you're really, really good at doing parries, which is how I did it. I haven't beaten Steven's Sausage Roll, so I'm still at the like ice island place. Let's see. All right, so I gotta figure out how I'm gonna make this work, because I'm doing like if number of same tiles is not equal to target. So I add target is what I do here. So I need to subtract target basically if it's less than -10, let's say that. So if it's more than that, we do that. If it's, wait, no. If solution times s is more than 0, we do that. Else we do this. So then I'll do else if. So s is the thing that we're looking at. So it's got to just... I don't know what's going to happen exactly here, so... because I think it's going to break on the red ones by themselves. But let's say, if s is less than -10, then we want to... take s times -1 minus 10, or 10 minus, I guess. No, minus 10. So then that's the offset amount. And so then I want to do that, basically. I'm going to do this, and s is more than -6, more than equal to. So less than equal to -11. More than equal to that. Oh no, okay, that won't work because it's doing absolute value, right? Okay. Shoot. than negative 16. Is that what I did here? More than equal to negative 16. And less than equal to negative 11. Okay, so we'll put that in there as a sub thing. So it's like it can go in there for either of those, right? So I go through here and go through all that. Alright, hold on, let me look at chat here. Interesting. I did not complete Dark Souls blind, nor would I recommend anybody play it that way. I don't think it would be very enjoyable to do that. I say that having tried to play it for 60 hours blind and not having had a very good time. I don't think it makes the game worse to look stuff up. I would say generally the best thing to do is to just kind of play until you're not sure what to do and then look up maybe what you should be doing. It's kind of, I think, a better way to approach the game, and you could see that as a flaw in the game's design, I suppose, but the game's still really hard even if you know what to do, so. It took me around that long too, but that was like 60 hours of banging my head around, not knowing what to do, and then I started over, and then I got through the whole game in like 60 hours after looking up stuff. I just don't really think Dark Souls is that kind of game. I think Dark Souls is supposed to be kind of a communal thing to figure out, although I would say that Dark Souls 2 and 3 are much easier to figure out how to get through than the first one. Let's see, so this is so weird. Okay, so if S is not equal to 0 and that, then we do this. So I need to really put that in there separately, I feel like. Yeah. So I check to see what kind of symbol it is. And then I need to also check this. I really have no idea whether that's going to work at all. In fact, it probably won't. I don't really think it's a flaw, but like I can understand why somebody might think it's a flaw with the game. I mean, the best I can do is tell people it's okay to look at a walkthrough for the game. It's not really going to make it easier. I guess I should probably recommend that a little bit more heavily and say I would recommend looking at a walkthrough for the game. But that's, yeah, I don't know. What in the heck? I've got a spurious closing brace somewhere. Oh, here it is. Is the music even audible on the stream? Because I really don't know whether it is. I feel like it probably isn't. Okay, Okay, so there's technically a symbol here, but it's not visible, so... It looks like it doesn't work. I would say that it doesn't work. I mean, that's a fair assessment. Like I said, the best I can do is tell people that I feel like they should use a walkthrough. It doesn't mean that they will. Okay, so that definitely works without the -11. Sure, I mean, I didn't find a lot of the secret stuff, so, but I wouldn't necessarily say that's a huge deal. I think it's nice to know about the Drake Sword just because it can help you so much early on, but it can also hinder you because it can lead you to think that you just need to get a powerful enough weapon and then you'll be able to make it through the game, but really the Drake Sword is only going to carry you through the next maybe quarter of the game. And then you're gonna have to actually get a weapon that you can upgrade more. Okay, so why is this not gonna work? It's probably because of the thing of where it's checking. Because I'm going in here and then I'm checking for this symbol basically, so I just need to check to see if... Okay, so I actually don't need this here, because I don't want to check for those on their own. They're just a modifier. So this will go in here and it'll check that, and then it will also check if it's that, because those are modifiers. I don't know whether that'll work, because it may make it to where on its own okay, so it seems like it still didn't really work. I'm gonna try just killing this and seeing what it does. Because there may be something weird I'm not aware of here that this is affecting. So if I add a -11, it breaks the solve anyway, so that's strange. I'm not sure why that is. I wonder why that is. Let's see, because I do this check here. Then I check if it's less than 50. And I check if it's more than 60 and less than 68. So what's the else? Is that like what type it is? Okay, it is. I feel like that should not be a problem. It should totally get ignored, but for some reason it's doing something on that tile, and I don't know what it is doing. Oh, okay, because that's less than 50. So it is going to get pulled out. So really these need to be like more than 0 and less than 50. Or I just need to manually specify this range that I'm talking about. Seems like it would be better to manually specify them here. And then as soon as I pull in here, I should have a little thing here that checks this. Let's see. If this symbol is a subtractive dice face, we just want to skip it until later, maybe. So that probably is not what we want, because we probably, well, yeah, we probably want it to be part of something, no matter what. Like, it probably has to be combined, right? It's still not working. What in the heck? Well, I guess I'm gonna have to bring up the debugger. Probably, anyway. Weird, I don't understand. Okay, so negative 11 is busted, but negative 12 is not. Okay. So it's working for negative 12, so I must just have something wrong. Okay, that should be less than equal to negative 11. That's what it was. Maybe not. What the heck? These less than equal mistakes are really annoying. Because my concern is, I mean, there's no symbol drawn here, but there will be in a minute, is if I have like a red dot here, and it's not part of an area, like here it's subtracting from that, right? But if it's not part of an area, then what should happen? I'm not sure. I think first I'll add the drawing for the dots, though. It's not that, I mean, it's distracting for me to talk about Dark Souls, sure, because it's an interesting thing for me to think about, and it's not really relevant to what I'm working on. So I don't want to think about it too much, but I mean, it's, if you want to talk about it, and if I have something that's important to say, then I will say it. So it's no problem. Let's see. Let's see. Where do I set up these things? Okay, right here. So here I do this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60. Yeah. If it's less than 0, I set this. I should also do a if is less than equal to 11 and more than equal to 16, then the thing I'm going to need to do is I'm going to need to so solution int is already absoluted, so we're going to have to go solution int minus equals 10, and then required color is equal to color dot red. Okay, it didn't spawn the symbol. So I wonder why that is. Oh, that should be negative 11, excuse me. Yeah, I mean, I think the focus on the combat is what I like about Dark Souls. I could understand why somebody might not like it. It's weird that that doesn't set the color up right, though. Oh, because that needs to be an else. Probably. I don't know if that's the case, but probably. It's probably the case. Yeah, okay. So that's what I was thinking, right? So you'd have that gets subtracted from there. But then the question is whether you can ignore it. I feel like you can. I don't see why it would be an issue to ignore it. So let me try -6 here as well. So then we got 1, 2, 3, 4. Like that. But you can also ignore it. So I don't know about the being able to ignore it. That seems really weird. I mean, streamlined story. Story is not really relevant to me in Dark Souls. I kind of don't care about story there. But, I mean, if you feel like it can merit being streamlined more, all of the other Dark Souls games are streamlined more, and I don't like that about them. It's like the main thing that I don't like. They're a lot more linear. I mean, I don't know. Like, the reason I still recommend that one in particular is because I feel like comparatively it's way better than its sequels. And some of the things that I like particularly about the first game, some people might not like, and some of the things that I like particularly about it were not exactly apparent to me until playing other ones that did things differently. Anyway, this feels weird that you can just ignore that. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that, but that's a really weird thing to think about. It's like if I don't have to combine it, then what do I do, right? There's nothing by its nature that says that it should do anything on its own, like in absence of something. There's nothing that says that this should be wrong, because this just subtracts from this area, right? That's a really tough question. I don't know if you have an opinion on this, Canoocles, as far as how this mechanic should work, because I'm not entirely sure. But it definitely feels like realistically it shouldn't count unless if I have a like this, right? Then it feels like it shouldn't matter if I do that, but then that also doesn't make it that interesting. Oh, okay. Well, then I will verbally explain what's going on. So, like, I have these dice face puzzles, which you may have seen before, and basically the way they work is whatever the number of dots is there on the tile determines how much the area needs to be that it's inside, right? And I have two different types of those. One requires it to be a negative area, and one requires it to be a positive area. The thing I was thinking about doing was adding a third type that subtracts from whatever area it's in, basically. So in the case here where I have like a 3 dot and then this 1 red dot, the red dot, if you include it in the area of the 3 dot, will subtract 1 from the 3, and it will make it be happy with 2, right? I mean, a little bit more than be happy with, but it will have to be 2, right? The issue, though, is if I don't put that red dot in any area at all, then it doesn't really matter. Like, you can ignore it, right? And I don't know whether that's good. Oh, okay. Well, I might have to re-explain. There's definitely no way I can do this type of thing. Like, that doesn't count. That would cancel out. So you would think if that cancels out, though, then it would cancel out the entire shape. Because in this case, that works, right? It's like, now it's happy. But when it cancels out this and that, it's not happy. And I don't know if it should be. I feel like if it goes to 0, it should be happy, because it's happy with this, right? Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's like I could make it unsolved that way, right? Like if I did this, I could say, well, this panel's unsolved, right? Or I can say that it's always solved, right? That means if you have these things on their own, they're just modifiers, right? Which is fine, probably, but I just kind of wonder. What's better. Because like that makes something like that super trivial, right? And it's only once I have like a significant amount of things in the panel that it becomes more tricky. But yeah, see there, if I ignore those, then it doesn't matter, right? But it may be that that's a good thing. It may be that they need to eat a dot, right? So rather than just subtracting, it's like they need to eat something, right? Not sure how I would display that exactly. I could change the symbol actually as you're messing with the panel. But yeah, it does seem kind of weird if they don't have at least that in another one, then they would be unhappy, right? It seems reasonable there. So I think I'll do that. So let's see, how do we do that? One that has to be solved and one that doesn't have to be solved. Trying to think how that would even make sense. Yeah. That's what these are. Is like they eat the volume, right? So like 6 works here, but then if I include this, then 4 works, right? Because it eats 2 out of the volume of the thing. Oh, eats out of the volume. Oh, that's different. It's a different way of thinking about it. So rather than adding to the volume, which this adds to the volume, it would eat the volume. I get it. That's what you were saying, right? So rather than this, like this actually would eat 2, and so then this would be 2, and it would be sufficient, right? I get it. Yeah, that's actually really interesting. Wow. I didn't think about that, but that's really interesting. It's a different way of thinking about it. Rather than subtracting from the count, it subtracts from the actual volume. So in this case, the way it works right now, it essentially is adding, right? Like this adds 2. And then the other one would yeah, it would subtract 2 or whatever, right? Like this is, it takes the target amount that you need, subtracts it. The other one would take the target amount and add it. So it's like 2 tiles instead of, or in 1 instead of 1 tile, right? So that's kind of interesting. So it makes sense if it's gonna add, so that if 2 would work, like that I'd be able to do 2. It would make sense for that to be like green or something, I guess. In this case, though, it wouldn't matter, because if this was just 2, it would also work. But in the case of, let's say it was this, right? And this was 4 or something. Well, that would go down to 0, right? So let's say it's added 1. I'm struggling to think about this. Okay, so this is subtracting from the volume, so that would give me like 3, right? But then that's the same as this again, right? Is it ever not the same? Is it ever not the same as just that they add up? I think it is always the same as that they add up, because that's actually how it's implemented right now. The only difference is that it could combine with anything, and so it would combine with the light or the dark ones, right? Because like right now, I go to that and then I add the target to the amount of the dots on it, right? So this gets added to that, right? And it becomes 3. But I guess we're talking about subtracting. But that's what I was talking about here, right? Is that then it becomes 2 because it subtracts 1. Oh man, okay. Yeah, it seems like if I was just thinking about this, this is subtracting from the area, right? Wait. I had it for a second and now I lost it. Because in this case, it would work the same as this, right? Because it would be subtracting 2 from the area. So it's eating 2 already anyway. So I don't think that that actually is any different than that. Other than if I also had like this, you would also be able to combine it. So it just becomes a wild card dot, right? Eating space on the board is basically what these do already. Because it'll eat the tiles. So then it becomes 2. So I don't think that actually makes it any different. It's just a reverse way of thinking about it mathematically. Feels like it makes more sense for it to think about it eating the dots, because then that affects certain things differently. Let's see, if num same tiles is not equal to target same tiles, or num same tiles is 0. If there's some example where that's different, I don't see how it is different, because it's like I'm subtracting area from the board. If I think of it that way, if I'm subtracting an amount from the area, it's the same as that I need to have that total amount, because it has to have tiles to subtract, right? Which is basically what I already have here. That it adds up the amount of tiles, and then for each one of these it will subtract, right? So really what I was doing here was subtracting out 2 from what it needs, but allowing you to have 2 less than that. So even though it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and there's 2 here, this 2 gets canceled out by this 2. Should also mean in the case of something like this, that if I then had like then that should solve it, right? Because that would cancel out all of those. So it has to have enough to eat, basically, is the thing. So I need to have something here that's like, if target tiles is 0 as well. I don't know why I have this num same tiles is 0. I don't know why the area would ever be 0. I'm struggling to find why that would ever happen, but so I feel like here I need to, when I look at this, well, it's gonna, I have to check after it gets out of all this whether it made it 0. Hello, Moxmo. Yeah, that's the thing that I was trying to decide, because it just, it's mostly like just an intuitive thing that it feels bad if I have a board like this and this solves it and it doesn't matter that these are here. It just feels kind of bad. Or let's try something that you actually could potentially solve, right? If I have this and then I can ignore that, or I can also do that, it feels kind of, it feels like it needs to have something like to eat. Like it needs to have a dot to eat or something. It just doesn't make sense otherwise. So, but yeah, I feel like if you had, for example, you had a puzzle that was like this then, and you had this, then I feel like this shouldn't work, and instead you should have to like do this or whatever, right? And that eats all the dots, and so then it's fine, or something like that. That seems like a more interesting way of doing it. I don't know. I don't remember how those particular puzzles in The Witness worked. But yeah. So yeah. So those can't. It can't go negative. Is something I need to have. Because right now it's like it's. I'm saying you can solve it if they can't all cancel out. But I need to say you have to have them have something, which is because I just do this, right? I just skip over. Let's see, if the number of same tiles is not equal to the target same tiles, or the target same tiles is, and target same tiles is not equal to 0, or the number of same tiles is equal to 0, should be or target same tiles is less than 0. So that shouldn't work, but for some reason it is working. I think it's because these are not part of an area. So if I remove this, then it should work. By which I mean it should not work. Okay. Well, not only does it not work, but it doesn't solve at all. So that's bad. So I got to think about how this is going to actually work. It makes sense to not think about it on its own, except for the fact that then, if they're on their own, we ignore them. And so I don't want that. So I do want to think about them. Let's see. Yeah, the black dots have to be on white tiles. So, like, that has to be on lit. You can't just do it this way. They're not reversible. You have these that are the dark ones, right? So those have to be on a negative space area. The white dots have to be. So those don't eat area, they have to eat dots, right? So okay, so that works. The issue is that okay, it seems like it does work. So the question is why this doesn't work, but the other one does. Why does the negative one work? Huh. So why does the negative one work, but not the other one? Let's see. Black tiles need to be on white tiles. There's an extra rule added just for this mechanic. I'm not sure what you mean by it's an extra rule added. It's not an extra rule added just for this. It's always been the rule. Is that the black dots have to be on. Why is it? Let me turn that. But yeah, that's always been the rule. I'm not sure what you mean. And yeah, I can't think of any way that something that eats up the volume would come into play otherwise, so. Okay, so somehow I've just broken the positive ones, it seems. I'm not sure why that is. I'm gonna see what this does. The fact that I've broken it is very strange to me, and I don't really understand exactly why. Oh, okay, it's because one's negative, one's positive, I think. But let me think about it for a second. So we go through, we check if it's white. That's not really necessary in this particular case, but in fact, I don't really know. Oh, okay, that's just whether, it's not really whether the solution is white. It's really weird. Why would I be checking whether the solution is white instead of whether or not the actual state is white? Not sure why I'm doing that. Yeah, it actually shouldn't be that. I don't know why I'm doing that. It's very strange. It should be this. It's just a typo. It, for some reason, was working. Oh, okay, I see. Yeah. Oh, that's interesting to think about. Yeah, you're right. That if, for example, I have this, right, then this still needs to be lit up. This doesn't cancel it out just by virtue of it being in an area. That still would have to be in an area including that. It just can be an area of arbitrary size. Yeah, that is a good thing to point out, Moximo, that's essentially a black 0 tile, right, that has to be connected to another one, right? It's like it has to be lit up, but the size doesn't matter. You could light up the whole thing if you wanted. Yeah, okay. It's a good point on that. Now I gotta figure out why this isn't working, because it's still not working. And I also need to make sure I didn't break the standard puzzles. Okay, so I didn't break the standard puzzle, so that's good. But I gotta figure out why it's not working. So if I have like a negative 11, let's say. Why? I don't understand what... Oh. For some reason it's like... Okay, there we go. So that should work there, right? So if I have a negative 12, this will go in here, and it will... We'll see if I checked it already. Which is probably fair. It's probably fair. Then it will find all the tiles in the area of that. And then it will... I'm trying to think. Because it's really just a separate thing, so it kind of makes sense to just give it an ad hoc rule, right? So, like, if I am one of these, then I should go through and see if there's at least that, right? Because right now, if I am doing this and this, and I go through, then it's going to check the area of that. And then it's going to say that we've got a negative amount that we need in that area, right? So, it's why I should check if it's negative, right? Yeah. Because it's okay if it's 0. But it's not okay if it's not. It seems like to me. So that should work there. But it's still not. I'm not sure why. Probably has something to do with checking here. I really don't know what's going on. It's working for both negative, but it's not working if the signs are different. I don't understand. When it literally was like a minute ago, and that's probably something to do with this crap that I changed down here. Because it was working before I added those, and I'm just not sure why. I don't know why it stopped working. I'm really confused because it was working. It just was also working otherwise. I also removed the bit where it just skips them, so that could be it. Let me see if I still skip them, if it works, because it could just be the logic with that is why it's throwing it off. Okay, that's all it is. It's just the logic when I don't skip them. So let's say if we're not going to skip them, then we're going to go through and we're going to do okay, so we want to check if our solution is this, basically. So I'm going to just add a Boolean for that. Is subtractive dice. And then that's going to be this. So then we're going to check if it's subtractive dice. And then if that's the case, then we should be fine as long as we have a symbol, right? Maybe I don't need that here. Maybe I need it down here. Ugh, my brain. My brain will not figure this out. I don't know why. It's not that complicated. It's just a lot of weird logic branches. Because I'm going through all the tiles in the area. Normally what I'm trying to do is go find the other dice face symbols in the area. Make sure that they're the same color. And then add up the amount. And then I kind of have this early out here, right? If they're different color, I just go ahead and early out. So adding up the amount it should be fine. And if I find another one of these here, then I subtract the amount some more. So it should work. It should work. Why is my brain not working? Okay, so here I'm going in here and seeing if there's another one, which works fine for the main ones because then it adds that to it, right? To the target tiles. Or it subtracts it from the target tiles, rather. So it doesn't add like 10 to the num tiles. I guess it really should add 10 to the num tiles, right? Instead of subtracting from the target, it should add to the amount. Yeah, that's the red dot logic. I'm just trying to make it make sense so that I don't have this bugging out. Because one way to think of it is this way, which is that I subtracted the amount. Another way to think of it is that I added to the amount of tiles. In other words, this counts as 2 tiles, is another way to think of it, right? So instead of thinking of it as that it actually subtracted from the amount that I needed, that counted as 2 tiles instead of 1 tile, which is probably a better way of doing it. So then it's going to be num same tiles plus the offset, right? Which should result in the same thing, theoretically. But apparently not, because I don't know. I don't know what's going on. Why does that not work? Okay, it's really hard for me to reason about what's going on. But that still works. I don't understand, like, what's happening. What? Like, I understand in a sense here that it cares about the sign of the thing, but that's only if it's in this range, so it shouldn't be mattering. So let's just go here, and then let's, like, if it's that, then we'll just, like, break out, I guess. Because that seems to make sense, to just ignore it if it's if we are one of these, like we don't care about other ones. But then again, now it doesn't want to work, right? It's like, what is going on? What is going on? Okay. That's because I'm subtracting that now. Good. Still doesn't work. I don't understand why it's not working. There's a lot of irritating debugging that should not even be debugging. Like, it should not be necessary. It is not that complicated. Let's see, because I added target same tiles equals 0 to try to account for the scenario where you have these and they're both part of the same area. If I just ignore the subtractive dice completely, then it's happy. But if I let it go in here, where? I'm confused. Because it's true, they should care about one thing, but I kind of didn't necessarily want to, like, duplicate the whole logic just for them, right? But maybe I need to, because it's just really confusing me to not do that. So if I put it as a separate logic branch here and just handle all the logic for that there, and then make this a secondary thing. Then we basically want to clear this out. We want to go and find all the tiles. And we only care whether or not it's connected to another dice, but I can't. There's no reason I should have to duplicate this whole logic thing just to do this, because it's such a small case, and yet for some reason, even though I think this should be working right now, it isn't. And that's really aggravating to me. Okay. So if I go in here, and we go all through this, we're finding the area, and we're checking all the things, and like I said, all it cares is whether it's connected to a black or a white dot, right? So really this should be, if it's not 0 and it's that. But the problem is that I can't skip to the end of the solution checking, because I don't validate and say it's solved, I just say that it's not solved. Like, that's the way all the solution checking works. It checks for things and it keeps going, and then if it finds that it's validating a certain thing that needs to happen, then it says no, right? So in the case of it needs to be connected to another one, really what I have to check is if it wasn't connected to another one at all, then it's wrong. And that's not, it's not really close to what I was doing here. Because I'm counting up the area, and then I'm adding up the number of things in it, right? So really, it should be fine as long as I treat this as a negative amount, right? Like, this is a negative target amount. So when I go through, it should see that as a negative amount. Okay, I figured out the problem. The problem is that I can't do this. I have to check it if it's subtractive, no matter what. I can't just skip it. The problem is that I'm checking it once and then I'm skipping it, because it's an optimization to skip one that I've already checked. But sometimes there's types of puzzles where I need to check a symbol multiple times because the logic is slightly different for one versus the other, right? So I can't do that, right? So if it's not subtractive and it's not already been checked, then we keep going. Okay, so that's probably the thing. Or at least part of it, right? I don't know that it is, but... Okay, it looks like it is. The issue is that this is happening now because it doesn't care about the color. And so it's just eliminating it. And it's also still not caring about that. Okay. Because that shouldn't work, because that should be negative. That should be looking at the area and saying, well, I wanted -2, and I can't have -2. So that means I need to take this out to where it does pull negatives. For some reason, that's not working. Now hold on. It should be going into here, but I don't really know why it isn't. Like, this should not be happy. And I don't know why. You're going to see whether or not that is even logging it out, or what's going on. Okay, so that's not, as far as I can tell, getting logged. It's thinking it's solved, but it's not actually hitting this here. So I don't know why that is. It's because of this crap. Okay. Alright, so this should work properly now, I think. Okay, so that won't work now, no matter what I do. But if I added a -1, then it will be solved. Unless I separate the -1 from that. Okay, so that's working right. Now, if I put a 6 here and a 1 there, still not working. I want to blow my brains out. This shouldn't be this hard. Because when it gets to this one, it's going to go 6, and then it's going to count the area, it's going to find this one, and then at that point it's going to hit this logic, and it's going to say, okay, the target, we're going to subtract from the target this amount, right? And so it should say, alright, this should be 4, right? And then it's going to get down here, and it's going to say, okay, the number of same tiles is not equal to the target same tiles. Okay, it is. And the target same tiles is not equal to 0. Well, it's not. It should be 4. And num same tiles, or num same tiles is equal to 0. Which I don't know how that would ever happen, so I don't even know why I have that logic in there. It's in there for some reason, so I feel like it should be, but I really don't know why it would be ever happening. Or if the target same tiles is less than 0, which I don't see how it's going to be less than 0. Okay, so that's happy with 0, 0, it says. And this says it's still happy with 0, 0, right? So it's happy here, but this one's still not happy is the problem. So when it gets to this one, it's saying, okay, my target is -2. And then it should go over here and add 4. Okay, let's see, target tiles. So it should add target tiles there, and then subtract there. Why is that not working? Alright. Well, we're gonna have to debug, which is annoying to do, but whatever. So let's open up puzzle panel. Debug, debug, debug. Oh, I don't think I have the right music listed on the on OBS, do I? Nobody's pointed that out. This is not what I'm listening to. I'm listening to. Sorry, I did not credit that properly. That is not what I'm listening to. Okay, so let's attach. Let's figure out this bug. I did not expect to be sitting here trying to solve a bug forever, but whatever. So let's go here. And let's look at okay, what's the current position here? 0? Why is the current position 0? Good Lord. Add watch. Let's see. I don't understand why it's 0. There's clearly not a thing on 0. Oh no, zero's bottom left. Okay. Okay, so now I'm at 3. So this one should be a subtractive dice. Clear the check tiled list. Is it white? Yes. We find all the tiles in the area. We should be able to. How do we do this? Step out. Shift ellipse. Okay. So we found the number of tiles in the area. There's 4. Target same tiles is 0. We go through the list of tiles. S is 6. So that's the first one in the list. We check to see that. That's the problem. The problem is for the negative thing, we're checking here. We're checking here to see for the negative one if they're opposite. They are, so then we're going to go and say that it's not solved. And that's not what should happen. So there's your problem. The problem is that I need to go in and I need to add that here if it's a subtractive dice, then we're happy. So we just break because we don't care. Well, I guess we actually do care, right? In the sense that we want to add. Well, yeah, we want to. Well, okay, so we want to actually do this. So if it's that, or it's subtractive dice, then we add it there, right? We don't want to add it to the list, though, is the problem. Because we don't necessarily know. My brain. Yeah, okay. Now, this is what we want to do. We just want to break. And then we'll come back to it later. So that works. That doesn't work. And theoretically, at this point, if I just got rid of that, it also is not solvable. But if I put 2, then it's happy. But the problem is that this here, for some reason, is canceling out, even though it's not part of the lit area. So I'm not sure why that is. Feels like it's because I don't actually care whether it's white. Is that why I use solution? Is that why I used solution there? Is that why I used solution there? That doesn't make any sense. Like, partly, I feel like it just canceling out completely makes logical sense. Like, this being right and this being right kind of makes logical sense, but it's also weird because we never see that, and so it ends up kind of maybe not making sense. So let me think here. Because the reason is that we only care about area, and we care based on this. That if we multiply it, so if it's that, So we actually need to check to make sure that it's the right color. I think. Like, we need to go if this is just really janky ways of doing these, but if I do that, right? We check to make sure that it's just one of the regular dice again. Which I guess is like just this if it's not subtractive dice. So if it's not subtractive, then we want to check to make sure that solution is more than 0 and is white, or solution is less than 0 and is white. So we actually want to check this. If it's not subtractive and this is not true, then we can go ahead and skip to that it's wrong, because they need to be the same color. For some reason, normally I would go through here and I would check to see this, that the dice are the same color. You check to see if the tile the symbol is on is the same color that is the right color for the corresponding dice. And if it isn't, then we say the puzzle isn't solved. Yeah. It's not something I feel like I should have to hack in, but so that makes it to where you have to do it that way. For some reason, it doesn't work this way. So just kill me. In fact, that's not even working. So just broken the whole thing, apparently. Alright, let's see. It should be, it's not white. So yeah, so that works, right? Alright, jeez. What a lot of work just to get something like that to basically work. And now it's super hacky in here, but it works, I guess. So we see if it's not subtractive, and then we see if is white. if it's a white tile and the solution should be black, and if it's a black tile and the solution should be white, basically, right? And then we early out, right? All right. Go through all here. If that, then we don't really care about what it adds up to. If it's that, then that's fine. And then we just check that. So that works, and that works. But that doesn't work. But that should work. And it doesn't, which is strange. So why does it work here, but not here? Oh my gosh. It's so buggy. It's so buggy. Alright. Alright, so let's go back here and reattach and step through again. Where are we at? Okay, so we're at the top right one. It should be a subtractive dice. Okay. So it goes through. It is subtractive dice, so we're just going to find all the tiles in the area, and we're going to step through all those tiles. So the first one that we have is nothing. Why is the first one nothing? What? Okay, yeah, because we have to step through all the tiles. Because the whole thing's full. So we'll keep stepping up until we get to one that has something in it, basically. Until S becomes something besides 0. Okay, right now it says S has become negative 14. I don't know how that is. Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, okay, now we had negative. We had the 4. So then it's going to say the target tiles is subtract the offset amount. Offset amount is 4. Target same tiles is 0. So then we're going to say target same tiles is negative. Okay. Weird that it doesn't set it to itself and then go explore the area. It just explores the area and all the things that it finds in there. There's a symbol. So it should theoretically be validating everything at the same time, but it's not exactly. So 0. So we should eventually get to 4. This target tiles is negative 4. And then we should get to negative 4, I assume, at some point, right? Stepping through, we're at 2, 0. So we 2, 1. So we got to get to 4, 4 before it's going to be anything, I assume. Okay, so now S is negative 4. So what should happen... Okay, so that's what's happening. Is because it's subtractive dice, we're breaking there. Okay. So really... I should break here as well, if it's subtractive dice. Which I had the code in there to do that, I just took it out. But so that's really what should happen, is that I should break here as well. Because we don't actually want to count anything if it's... Well, we do want to count. We want to count negative, and then make sure that it's positive, right? So we don't want to break there. We don't want to break here either. We want this, but we don't want to do that. So we're going to say if it's subtractive, then we're going to do this, but not add it to checked. Yeah, okay. So that should work. Yay, it works. Okay. I think that it actually totally works now. I don't see any bugs. So, I think I'm going to take a break really quick, and then I will come back and try to build some puzzles now. I didn't think it was going to take me 2 hours to get the mechanic working, but that's how it goes. So, real quick break. Now we can maybe build some puzzles, actually. That we're not bogged down with the tech breaking over and over again. That's a thing that intellectually is very simple to be like, well, these puzzles, like these dots only care about whether or not they're connected to another dot, right? It's simple, but not simple. Because, I don't know, just because, right? So now I'm just wondering exactly how to build puzzles for this. Because there's some interesting consequences, right? If I make a 2x2 puzzle, for example, if it was like this, then you'd normally do that. If it's like that, then that works, right? That doesn't. Or that works, right? There's really two possibilities there, I guess. There's a lot of interesting little details. I'm just not sure. Like if I was gonna do a puzzle that introduced this as a basic idea, I guess a pretty good one would be something like a 4x4 that's like this. Interesting. I feel though that as though that should work. The fact that it doesn't lends me to believe that I still have a bug. Because that should be subtracting 1 out, right? Oh, because it's dark. Oh, of course. That's why it wasn't working. So actually, I don't know whether that's possible. Because if I just do that, it's going to pull out some, right? So, yeah, weird. If I put a -1 and a -11, then you can do that. And if I put +1 and a -11, then you can do that. If I put another +1 and another +11 or -11, then you can do that. If I do this, there's no way I can not connect those, so I have to do like but those also have to be connected to something. Really weird. So if I do this, so why don't those work? It works if I do that, but it should work. Okay, if I just do that too. These are actually surprisingly more interesting than I thought they would be. I thought they would be pretty boring, but they actually create some interesting things to think about. I was somewhat frustrated that it took me 2 hours to implement the mechanic, because I was like, I don't even know if this is going to be interesting yet. Yeah, if I do that, that'll obviously work, but I can also do that, right? Which I could, trying to think of how to do that. So if I put them here, then that works, obviously. But I actually kind of want to make something that doesn't work the same way. If I put one here, I can still do that. I'll put one here, though. I can't. That should be working, I feel like. Oh, no, it can't because that's got to be 1. Shit. This might be an impossible one to do this way, though. I think it is, because there's no way to isolate. Well, one, two, 1, 2. So it pulls 1 out, but not 2 out. If I have that, and I had 2 here, like if I had an extra one there, then it would work. Except this one's here. Interesting. Just have this one and not that one, though. I feel like there's a different one that's a variant off of that first one than actually what I got, though. Like, I feel like here we had eliminate those, right? But I can't eliminate there. But if I did this, that. Can't do that, though, which is interesting. If it was like this, then I could do that, but I could also do anything at that point. guess probably the thing I want is this. I don't understand why that doesn't work. Oh, because that. Let's see. So that's actually kind of the thing that makes sense to do, apart from that. Although you could still do... I don't know, I guess not. Oh, I just did something weird. Oh, weird. That is strange. So you can do that, or you can just do... the other. Okay, cool. I actually do like that one. I feel like there are a few more variants to be had in this kind of niche of this mechanic. So for one, if I put 2 more dots down here, I feel like it makes it probably actually makes it much more trivial. So then we can do that, or we can do that. But what if I put even two more dots? So now I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I feel like that should work, except that these are black. I guess the problem. So there's not enough of one color for that to work. So even though that would theoretically work. So if you put white, 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 that subtracts out all of those. And then that's got 1 that gets subtracted out of it. It doesn't cancel out there, so. So really you would want this, and then you cancel out that way. Ugh. So that's pretty good. I think there's something kind of coming off of that one too. Not sure what it is, but the fact that I can fill up everything and then I have 8 like that's that at that point. Also do wait, because that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. But I've subtracted 4, so then it's 4. I just had this. I'd have to do that. I like the one dot ones. I like the theme of that. Definitely feels like these are a strange variation, but it might be an interesting way to start it. I'm just not sure. Because these are all about canceling out, right? That's an interesting variation. If I instead put -1s down here, then 1's in the corner, then I put -1, -11's across the top, then I have to separate these out. Let's see. Which one is that? It's this one. So that one's kind of interesting. But it does make sense if I want to introduce the subtraction mechanic to start out with it more in a space of having a lot, right? If I wanted you to understand it pretty clearly, I'd start you out with something like that, and then I'd start you out with that would work normally, as with this. If I go like this, then that would work. Threes in there. And that will also work. Yeah, this one's a hard one to decide how to introduce. But I'm just playing around for now, I guess. So that's an interesting variation there. Because that won't work here. This one either requires that, or it requires that. That one you can do that. Those are fine. Let's see. If I just do like this, then that puts me at 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. I can do 5. Like that. Okay, that's not terrible. Mostly that one's kind of nice because it forces that you have to use the red dots with both. If I instead do like this. Do it like that. So I think that makes sense to start with, is something like that, where I can't possibly do that because it would make 1 with the other one. 3x3 I don't like so much just because it's such a simple panel. My concern would be like if I put a 6 on it and then a -12. Well, that doesn't work because it's gonna hit that, right? So that goes from this. That's gonna needs to go down to 3, right? So that's interesting just based on the fact that there's no way I can reach it with the other one. So just the positioning of the thing dictates that that's the solution. So that's interesting. That's not terrible. Now, if I instead put this 6 in the middle, then really anything will go, as long as it's like that. If I make it this, though, there's got to be 4. If I put a 3 here, like a -3, then I have to do something like that. Or I guess I can do... No, because then that makes a 1, so... It's always tough just because you want to introduce a mechanic in a way that's going to be not necessarily the most straightforward way to introduce it, but it's going to be the most interesting way or exciting way, right? So it's like ideally what you want is you want a puzzle that requires the person to... Usually the way I like to think about it is if it's too weird of a mechanic, then you kind of need to give a little leeway, but you kind of just act like the person would already know. Just kind of be like, throw them in the deep end and, well, you would already know, you know, like, of course you would know. Like, one way you can do it is you make a puzzle that the player is very likely to solve on accident, and then they can figure it out from there. The other way is to make a puzzle that's very unlikely that the player will solve on accident, and kind of will require them to sort it out, right? Like, that's one that the player is pretty unlikely to solve on accident, right? Well, we can do it that way too, right? So it might be better to actually put that up in the corner, because then this guy can't reach it, so this guy's got to. So like that kind of puzzle can be a fun introductory puzzle, at least for somebody who's more willing to be lost and bang their head against like one thing. Kind of trying to figure out though. I do. Seems almost fair to do that kind of thing like I did with the numbers before, where I just kind of go through a sequence where I keep counting up. Kind of means I would need to add one like this, although I don't actually know whether that would be possible. But if I added one in the middle where it's a minus one, right? So I have this one. If I put -1 there, then that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it is doable. 5. That's like, okay. 5, and then we do. So that's taking it down to 3. And then we'd have one that takes it down to 2. At which point we'd have to do that, right? So maybe we don't have the 1, because the 1's kind of too easy, maybe. And we instead have the sequence start at 2, so it's 2, 3, 4. So this would be if I just put it there, I think that's the problem, is that then I can do that really easily. Or it's just kind of better if I have to do that. So I got a 2 and then 3, so that puts me at 3. and then 2. And then if I have one that's 1, then that's not doable, right? So it would make sense at that point, kind of. Oh, I don't know if I saved that one. Okay, I guess I did. Feels like it would make sense to do a 5. Or maybe move the 4. If I move the 4, then that would require you to figure out the cancellation thing. That's 2, right? So if I move the 4 over here, like, well, that's 2, so that doesn't really work. So then you have to do that and cancel out the 4, right? Ugh. Which requires a little bit of weird thinking, I guess. The question I have is if I did this. That works too. Do this, still works there. If I do this, that's probably the best one, because you have to go around like that or like that. Try that a little bit differently though, just to kind of see what it does. If I put like a 1 subtractor in the middle, like this, then that would put me at 5, right? So that's pretty easy, actually. But you can also do it that way, or that way, right? So the issue is more that it has to be done that way. Now, if it was here, that would also work, right? That's kind of the problem. It's like if I want this, it's got to be like this or something. Problem is there's just a lot of things that can be done there versus what I want. that'll work, but then I think this will work too, so. Yeah, that kind of makes more sense to do. To have something like that where we can't quite reach it, and so we have to match it with the other color, just to break up the kind of the pattern of that you've been doing that. So we have to be like, oh yeah, because then that you're like 5 minus 2 is 3, right? And here we have to have the 4. I don't know whether I like that, because I feel like there's something better to be done there. It's kind of like the better thing is to do -6 and then do -6 here. I don't know. Maybe it's not good to have the 6. Maybe it's better to do like a 3 and a 3, right? That might be good to do something there. Like to do a 6 and a 6 and a 3 and a 3. I'm just trying to think of how that would work. The obvious thing is to do that. I do a 3 and a 2, though, then I get that. So we'll go with that, and then we'll go to the one that requires you to cancel out. Hello, Ezio. Is Twitch being weird? I don't seem to be dropping frames, so it must be on your end. I can adjust the bit rate, I guess, but let me know if the stream is working for you. So I have like, because -6 is too obvious. The better thing is to do negative. Oh, okay. Well, yeah, my internet's kind of fluctuating, but not too bad. But yeah, it seems like 6 and 6 would be too obvious, so. But yeah, you are correct in your assessment of what the mechanic is that I'm working on. Dropping a bit. Don't know why. I'm dropping frames, I don't know why. Because my internet's terrible. I don't have any way to really counteract that. One thing to counteract it would be to put this on a much lower down speed. I think that was it. All right, let's see. Let me know if it's dropping for you or something, and I'll see what I can do. But because that'll put that at 3. Then this would be at 3 as well, right? Trying to think of anything that I can even do here that's not so restrictive to the point of being obvious. I think that's probably the most obvious thing. If I put I mean, I'm glad you got something out of doing the sound puzzles this time around. That's kind of okay, because it does both, but I feel like the cancel out needs to be on its own. So I'm going to save this one, and then I'll do another panel. Yeah, I'm glad you got something out of the sound puzzles, because I actually like the sound puzzles a lot. Like, I recognize what people don't like about them, but I enjoy them, so. I don't remember what the thing I had earlier was that was like this. So that'll work in both cases, but the thing I was thinking was like, this, I guess. Yeah, because there's no way I can, like, do it otherwise. I guess you can do it that way. Gotta be some way that I have to put these together. If I do like a -4 and a -2 or something. Oops. Alright, sorry about that. Just had to take that call. Well, that's kind of spoilers, but I don't think it's too much spoilers to say that, other than they looked to me like they were like this, like this. They're just scraps of stuff that I think John was using when he was designing the puzzles for the game. It's stuff that he had actually drawn puzzles out. I think that's what it is. It's earlier versions of that puzzle. think it's got to be something like that. It's just got to be. That seems like the best thing, because if I take 6 and I subtract 4, that's 2, so there's no way that's going to work. And if I take and try to subtract 2 from 6 here, that's 4, but then I don't have enough there. So it's like I can't connect that to either. And then it's like, if I connect this to this, that's 4. It's like, okay, that's fine, but that doesn't work. So I have to connect 6 to 4, which makes 2, and then take 2 more out. So I have to do it like that, right? So I think that's probably the one that I want. So I'm trying to make a sequence where you kind of go through and you think about the different aspects of everything, right? But yeah, I think that the puzzles are that are drawn out are like that. They're just drawings that were done in designing the game, because, well, I mean, that should be kind of obvious, but yeah. Should be kind of obvious why that area would have that, I guess. Alright, so those are some basic sets of puzzles that use this mechanic. So you kind of have a string here that introduces them, I guess. And then I've got these sets here that are kind of interesting. That's the same as the 3 over there, right? So I think I was saying it would start here, like this would be the first puzzle that you would do of this variety. And so you would be like, well, that's not gonna work, because there's too many, so you have to be like, well, maybe this like subtracts out of 1. So it's like intended to imply by the fact that it would be impossible otherwise, that maybe the thing does the thing that it appears, or that it does do. So you'd say, well, how many would it subtract? I guess it would subtract 2, so that's 4. So, huh. And then you move along and just solve right from there. So we got 3, and then, okay, that's fine. That's really just making sure you got it, right? And then we got 6 minus 4 is 2, so I guess we do that. I kind of wanted to have one that would give you 1, though, I guess. I don't know if I have that, but I kind of wanted that, where you'd have 1, and then you'd be like, oh, that doesn't really make sense. Like 5, and then you'd have the 5 over here get subtracted out. Like, that's kind of what I wanted, was to have that here with a 5. You'd be like, well, that's not going to work, so maybe I just do that, right? So we'll see about maybe doing that instead, but... So this is 6 minus 2. So you're like 4. Well, I can't reach it with 4, so then you have to say, well, maybe it's 5 minus 2. And then you do 3, okay. So that works. So let's see. 6 minus 3 minus 2. Okay, that was the one that was 1. It's like that leaves 1, so it's like, well, I can't do that. So I must have to do 6 minus 2 is 4. And then I must take that, right? So I don't really like this one. Like it's... I don't remember what this one was, actually. Okay, so that pulls that one out. So I don't really like that one. And then this one was supposed to be like that you pull all that out. But I kind of wanted 5. I wanted 5 and 5 in the corner, maybe. Yeah, it is actually an interesting addition to me, but let's see. Yeah, it's kind of interesting. It turned out more interesting than I thought it would be. It was annoying because it took me like 2 hours to get it working, and it shouldn't have taken that long because it's pretty simple. But the main issue was when I first did the mechanic, like let me just modify one of these as an example. When I first did the mechanic, if I had like a 3 here, let's say, and then I had like a -3 there, oops, excuse me, one of these 3s, this would have solved it, and I didn't like that. I thought it was weird. It just felt really weird to not have that require anything. So I kind of changed it around to where this one had to be part of an area that had the amount of dots in it, so they could eat those dots basically, or else it's not valid, right? Because otherwise it just felt bad. It felt bad to be like, well, if you want to use it, you can, but if you don't, then you don't have to. It felt better to like force it, I guess. See you, Canuckles. I'm glad you stopped in and joined us for the stream. Anyway, so I need a better capstone puzzle is the main thing. I don't like this one, so I'm gonna pull that down. This one's okay, but there really needs to be a better one that's like... Because I kind of want, if you haven't thought about... Like, this one's nice because it adds up to that, and so maybe that's a good one. But I don't know. I kind of do want one that requires you to think of the mechanic before you do it. So I don't know exactly when you do that, but yeah. Oh, I'm glad you like the main character. I need to work on the animations because the animations are kind of bad, particularly the like walk up and down animations are really bad. The left and right ones aren't as bad, but they're a little bit weird. I think it's mostly that the feet look like they're offset too much. But yeah, I like the standing sprites pretty well. Although the hair blowing needs to kind of be a consistent direction no matter what. Anyway, but that's just a matter of like layering it on. But yeah. Yeah, it would be weird if it wasn't required. It just feels strange, even though it's an additional rule. Just like it's an additional rule that if this makes 0, like in this case, if you take 6 and subtract 2 and then subtract 4 and it makes 0, or to make it simpler, let's just go -6, right? It's an additional rule that you can't just do this, right? Like it still has to be dark, even if it's canceled to 0. So there's still it still matters the color even if it's 0, right? So it's like it's -0 rather than +0, so it matters. I think the vertical animations are all right, but oh, that's weird. If I focus on the character and let that scroll up, then my peripheral vision stretches out the puzzle panel. I don't know. That's pretty weird. Like if I just stare at the sprite and I walk up and out of my periphery I look at the top of the screen as the panels come in, it like stretches them off. My visual cortex does that. Anyway, let's see. So if I make this 6 and -5, if that's that, then I can do this, right? If it's this and that, then I can't do that. I have to do that. Because that has to be 5, but that can be 4 or whatever, right? So that's kind of nice just because it shows the principle, but I really don't, I'm really not sure what to do. If I do like this, then that works, but I'm just trying to think of what's the most surprising way to put that wrinkle in there, right? Like, partly it's more surprising here because it adds up, right? Whereas if you see this, it's like they're clearly all the same. Whereas this one, it's kind of like you just have to deduce. But the fact that the solution is like this, I don't like that much. Like, that's kind of the thing I don't like. But then I feel like if I do something like this, and set that to 6 and -6, then that works, but kind of interesting though, actually, in that way, because it means that the areas have to add up still, like, in a weird way. It's like you have to add up the dots in the areas to make the number of the area. Yeah, I'm really not sure. Because that won't work there, because you got 8, right? So I think I will keep this one. And probably this one as well. But the thing I don't like about that is that I had this one, like, 2 back that has the same solution. Like, that's the one that's what bugs me there. It almost makes more sense to do 6 and 6 on that one. and then on the end one do the other thing. Yeah, I mean, it's okay to have puzzles that have the same solution, but because these are so small, it just doesn't feel very good for it to be the same thing in a weird way. I feel like. I guess a better way to put it is, these are so small that you might notice that they're the same, but them being the same doesn't mean anything. Like, there's puzzles in The Witness that have the same solution, and the fact that it's the same solution means something. In other words, you might think that, oh, I guess that becomes 3, and maybe you don't. Maybe it's okay if it just, you test it again and then you realize that that's not what it means, but it might imply that simply based on the fact that that's what was going on here. But what's going on here is actually that this has been totally cleared out, and so it's actually irrelevant what shape that is. So it actually might make more sense for this to be like a 4 or a 5, because if it's a 5, then like any of these would work, right? It's like, as long as it's a 5 that doesn't touch those, it would work. So that might be better. Sure. I mean, that particular sequence where they all have the same solution, that's the point. The point of the sequence is to find the solution that is the same across all of them, though, so that's a little different. So maybe I should make that 5. I kind of like it this way. Whereas if I change this one to where it's 6 over on the right. And, well, actually, I think I wanted it to be 5 on the right, 5 on the left. Right. So if I change this to where it's that, that's 5 minus 2. It's 3, so that doesn't make any sense. So then it serves its purpose there, right? Because the purpose here really is that you've done a sequence where you've been subtracting from the black dots, and then I wanted to force you to subtract from the white dots. Like, that's the only point of that puzzle, is like force you to swap over and do that. And this one you're supposed to subtract from both, and then I wanted one of whatever variety that was going to require you to kill a symbol completely, right? So if I have this one here that you kill a symbol, and then this one you have to kill both the symbols. So it's just a matter of, you have to combine them, but you have to combine them in a way that leaves it open, right? Because there's only one tile there that is variable, where it's like you can kind of do whatever you want with that tile. So then I should probably go. I mean, I could kill the difficulty spike and go down to something simple again, like this. Like this set of puzzles at the top here, which are just about combining to cancel out at that point, right? So I could do that. Or I could build a bigger puzzle that's like this one. That involves trying to cancel out certain areas, right? Now the interesting thing here, which maybe I shouldn't say this because it's spoiling another thing that's going to happen, but you may have seen with my dot mechanic that there's a red dot, and you may have seen that there's a black dot and a white dot. So anyway, that'll play in and should be interesting, hopefully. I'm glad that I've come up with another mechanic though for this area, just because I don't know if you were here for the last stream, Ezio, but like I was just banging my head over and over against like how I wanted to actually end this area, because I was like, I like the area so far, it's got a good change of pace, and then it changes pace here with these puzzles, and that's cool, but then it just kind of feels like, okay, well I got through that, and here's some more puzzles, and well I got through that, and then here's some more puzzles, and it's like, kind of feels flat in a way. Like these puzzles are fine, and these puzzles are fine, but they kind of feel like one area, and there should be like another idea that comes out of that, and so it seems like that will do for these. Okay, so let's see. So here I want to make something where you kind of have to match up everything. Not quite, I mean that works, but that's not quite what I wanted. It's not quite good. I've got too many puzzles floating around. So far I'm pretty happy with how this work session's been going today. It's been pretty productive. We've gotten a lot of new stuff in the game. So do that. So that still works. There's no way to make these because these are these are like twos, right? And so unless we combine it with 4, it doesn't really work, right? Or if we had like 1s and 2s and 4s, maybe? Because then like that can combine there, and that's fine. If I do that, then I need to get 4 more, right? So that's fair. And that's fair. So that's almost interesting, but it almost feels too prescriptive, or maybe just not scrambled enough. So I'm gonna try one other random weird thing. Oops, I did not mean to do that. Oh well. So that panel's gone, the one that I just did, because I just copied over the thing that I meant to paste. But that's fine. Question is whether I rebuild that panel. I guess I kind of want to. Because it was supposed to be like... That was correct. Yeah, alright, so the thing I wanted to do though is I wanted to put one that had a bunch of like ones, and then you just can build up an area, I assume? I'm not sure, I don't really know what that would do, but let's say it's all like that, right? If I then have like a -6, then I still have to make it. Wait a second. Let's go this way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It doesn't work because the areas don't add up, right? So I have to have an equal amount to the total amount on the panel, right? Which is 4, 4. Let's see. Let me math that out. 6 plus 4 is 10, and 4 times 4 is 16. So I need another 6, basically. If I did a -6 there, it's 12, and then a 4, right? I wonder if this is in any way possible. Because if I have 4, then that's 3, and then that's 2 at that point, and that's 1. So I 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. So it becomes 5, right? So if I had a 5 here, then that's 5. It's 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. And then this can be -4. Interesting. So it makes, if I'm going to cancel out completely, 4, 3, 2. So there's no way I can ever, unless it was 3. So if there's 3s, then I can go 3, 2, right? But if they're like this, then I have to kind of I have to make a space, right? Of some kind, right? So that's kind of interesting, but I think I'll try it with the 3s, because 3 seems like the only one that makes sense. I'm trying to think of how that works, because 5, so it's 4, but we got 2, and then it's 3. And we have 3. Okay, so as long as I make 3s, 4, 3. Oh no. No, 5 can make 3s, right? And 3 can make 2s. So if I do 3, then that's correct. Yeah, but if I do 6, then that's, how does 6 work? 1, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. Okay, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So that doesn't work. So it's really only 3, which takes it down to 2. Or let's see, 4 is 1, 4, 3, 2. So yeah, it's crossed. So it seems like it's only 5 and 3 that will do that, because 3 will go 2, 2, and then this will go 3. And then the rest are stuck how they are, right? So that's interesting, because it kind of gives me these shapes that I have to mess with, right? Where it's like I only have a certain way I can do certain things, right? So that makes that 2 right there, right? And then if I have a 5 here, then that can connect there. 4, 3. So I really need like a 2 and a 2, right? Oh no, not a 2, a 3. 3 and a 3 at that point. Interesting. So it's always going to actually work as long as I connect the right amount. That's interesting in a way. So that's kind of a fundamental aspect of that, if I'm going to do that kind of thing. But there is one other thing I would think. Which is, if I have ones that can combine together, like, say we're going back to what we were doing before. This, if I have a 6, say 6, 8, 7, 6, 5. So we can create a 5 there, right? Because we've got 3 and 3. Wait. Yeah, we got 5, 6, 7, 8. So as long as it's like a multiple of these, it should work. But 6 doesn't work, which is weird. 6, 5, 4 doesn't work. 6, 5, 4, 3. Whereas 3 and 3 works. Oh, because we get the freebie, right? We get the extra thing. Like this one doesn't subtract. So I'm trying to think of mathematically why that's the case for some, but not for others, right? One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So it's 6, 7, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. So it should be 3 apart. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 6. So minus 5, it should equal 7. So it's 7 plus 5, right? It's 12, so it's another 6, right? And here should be a 3. And we have a 3 there. And then that's... maybe 4. I guess it could be -2 and -1, and that would work. That would make a kind of interesting puzzle in a way, because the only way we can have a 1 is if we connect it with something else in an area, right? So we have to connect it in that area. Interesting. These are very interesting puzzles that I did not expect to find with this mechanic. So it's like a totally different little branch off of this mechanic that's different than the other ones. That's very cool. Let's see. These are starting to kind of take up space, so I'm going to move them up. And then these are going to get moved down here. And then these are going to get moved down here. And then this one's a ditched one. And I don't know what's the first one in that set there. Yeah, that does mean it's probably a good mechanic if there's a lot of things that I didn't expect and didn't predict. Especially because I was like, I have no idea if this is going to be interesting. I have no idea if this is going to be any good. This could be a colossal waste of my time to implement this, especially when it took 2 hours. I was like, oh my gosh. So actually it's those 3. So I'm going to take these 3 and pull them out with the maybes. And the other ones I'm pretty happy with. There's a set. But that it gives me a whole kind of range of different ways of thinking about the same mechanic is good. Because I was thinking about I forget who it was, but somebody threw out like multiplication or division or something, and I kind of took that down as a note, but it didn't really seem very good because I was like, well, that kind of just means you have a tile that like doubles the thing, so you've got 3, and then like you hit another one, and now it's got 3 more, right? Whereas this is more interesting because it's subtractive, and so it's just different, right? Whereas additive was already what you were doing, the other ones summed up stuff. And division is an interesting mechanic maybe in that regard, but I don't really know how you do division because you'd have to divide evenly or else it doesn't make sense, because then you say, okay, well, like if 3, you divide it 3 by 2, then it's 1.5, and how you can't make that work. So it's like, what do you do at that point? I would not know had I not tried, that's true. So that's worthwhile simply based on that. Okay, so I need to do some more of this variety here. Ones are interesting because we know it has to connect with something else. It has to connect with something, and well, it doesn't necessarily have to cancel out, but it makes sense that it would. So in this, these feel very top-down designy though to me. It seems hard to design these without being top-down. Unless I just randomly generate them, right? Let's say I have a 4 there, then that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But we're subtracting 3, which makes it 2, which means that 4 and 1 need to be right next to each other to make the thing, right? So 4, 5, 3. 4, 3. Yeah, if you have a 1 that's 3 away, then that would work. Like that. That's happy. If you do 1 that's 3 away. But alternatively, if I do 4 and then do 1, 2, 3, 4, then that's also happy because it subtracts, right? And actually 1 and 1 is happy. So if I do 1 and 1, then those are happy because those kill that. If I do 1, 2, 3, 4, so that's all happy at that point. So really, if I did like a -6 at that point, that would work. Yeah, I think like I spent a good hour just on the last stream just kind of mentally going down dead ends without programming anything, and then sort of struggling to explain why I felt like those were dead ends without me implementing it. Let's see, this is different album. Feels like this has too few things, so it's just kind of a matter of connect those, right? I think that's because it only has the 1 here. Whereas if I put this here and then like this here or something, then it makes it a little more interesting. Do that and then that, and that subtracts everything. I mean, I don't know that I'm having less issues with multiple solutions. I'm just kind of finding a solution, but the 1 and 1 will cancel out, right? Is that what I was doing here earlier? Was I canceling out completely? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, I wasn't. I was making a shape that that was valid, right? But it's possible there's multiple solutions there. I'm just not too worried about it, I guess. It's okay if there's multiple solutions as long as what you're thinking about while you're solving it is interesting, or what I would like you to be thinking about, I suppose. And sometimes it takes time to figure out if there are multiple solutions. So that's 4, 5. 5, 4, 3. So that doesn't work unless I kill everything. So then I need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And this is 3. So it's 1, 2, 3, and then that's lacking a 3 there. So we gotta do that. So that works. So that as long as you're having to actually like puzzle through and think about it, then I think it's fine, even if there are multiple solutions. I just don't like multiple solutions when I'm trying to demonstrate something in particular. Like, oh, this is a really strange and unique solution for this puzzle or whatever. Like I had some of the other dice puzzles down here, right? That was a big issue with these. I actually had 2 up here, and one of them I've removed because it was like that, where there was a cool solution that was like, oh, that's really neat, I like that solution, and then there was like a bunch of other weird solutions that didn't feel as good to solve it. I just want to explore this space of the boards with ones all over it for a while, just because it's like, I guess the way that it works is you kind of have to think of each tile besides the tile that the thing is on as counting as 2, but then it's not entirely the case that it counts as like 2 because you can cancel out. So in the case of like 4, well, no, that's, yeah, 4 won't work because that counts as 2, and that puts us down to yeah. So when you're thinking about building the space of it, it's like these are weighted more in a way, because they knock your amount that you need to hit down 1. But if you just thought about it like 5, right? So we've got 5, so we got 1, and then we've got 5, 4, 3. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, because these count as like 2 tiles, because they both are a tile and they knock down the amount by 1. So that's interesting. It's an interesting way of thinking about it. And then if I have a 2, like if I just had a big board of 2s, then we've got 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, right? So it has to be like 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. It would hit 2, but you'd have to have more than that, I guess. 7. So it's already 2. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. So that would work, right? Hello, name guy. How are you doing today? I mean, yeah, I'm sure it would work pretty well. I'm just pointing out like a higher level way of thinking about it. Like I can think about it as each tile weighs more than 1, but you can still think about it the same way that you did before, where it's like that this is subtracting 2 from that, right? But because there's nowhere to go that doesn't keep subtracting, you can kind of think about it at a higher level too, right? So if I have like, let's make them all negative 12s. Thanks, same guy. But yeah, you can still think about it the same way that you thought about the other ones. It's like the topology of the board, if you think about it that way, is that everything's inflated. So like, you know, I do 6, but then I knock off 2 just a step over here, which knocks me down to 4. And then if I want to take one more step, then I'm knocked down to 2. So I've already crossed the threshold there of what I can actually do. But if I add 2 more, then I make up for that, I think. Or maybe it's 1. So yeah, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. So yeah, it should be 2, 6, 7, 8, 8. Yeah, 8 minus 4 is 4, so yeah. All of my symbols they're not a dictionary, but they are just an integer, yeah. It's just like an int as the key. And then basically I just have a thing that goes through, and it's not a dictionary. It would probably be nice to replace it with something like that, but it's sort of just a bunch of branching logic that kind of goes in and does things based on what the number is. It will do different things. Which in a way is messy, but in a way is really good because it's really easy to make things interact with each other in a way, because I can just do broad tests like, if it's in this range, then do that, right? I don't have to kind of individually say, well, if it's this or this or this or this, do this thing. I can just be like, just do whatever, right? It's the first thing that came to mind was, okay, how am I going to set up the different symbols? Because to start with, it was just like, you know, you just had a basic puzzle that's saying like, these tiles need to be on and these ones need to be off or whatever, right? Where you kind of hard code the solution, which I still have in here. You can still set that up. Forget where it is. Oh, it's this thing right here. I don't want to turn it off. Well, I guess I can. I just copy that. But yeah, see, there's still this mode that's like, well, we don't have to show that, but where I can just kind of, well, I'll show it for now, I guess. But basically where I just say, okay, it needs to be like this shape, right? You can set it to show it using the dice face, but that's basically just for me to debug or whatever. But you know, it's still like, it still wants that solution, right? And that's just for puzzles where I just need an arbitrary solution and there's no mechanical underpinning. It's just like, here's the thing you need to put in the panel and you figure it out or you don't. So it was kind of like, well, for ones that I want more than that, like, I guess I'll just use a different thing rather than 1 or 0. I'll use a different number. And it's still a toggle whether or not you draw it in that case, right? Because you can have a panel that uses the mechanics, but it's hidden, right? So that you can't actually see the thing. There's some puzzles that are like that, so. Let me paste that back in here. Oh, interesting. It didn't like that. I'll just stop it running and then paste it back in. Hello, William, and your 10 viewers. Thanks for joining. We're designing some puzzles. We've been streaming for a little while, and I've got this new mechanic, which I'll explain in a second. I want to look at the chat here, though. Yeah, there's a different... Well, I mean, the code structure here is seeing whether the panel's solved. Like, that's what I was talking about as far as it goes through there. As far as drawing the symbols, that happens in a different spot. It happens here, like when the panel gets spawned, it just goes through and there's a switch statement, and then there's some other logic for some different types of things that will just draw the symbols. Really, it spawns an object that is the symbol, which is fine. It makes a lot of game objects, but it's useful because if I want to move the panel for some reason, then I can just move it. Anyway, hello everybody. How do I explain what I'm doing with this mechanic exactly? So this is spoilers for this game I'm working on called Taiji. It's a puzzle game where you solve these kind of abstract puzzles. Hold on. I'm going to post a link to the blog for the game in the chat, so that if people are interested, they can look at that. But so it's a game where you go around and you have these different puzzles that are on these panels, and you can toggle tiles on and off, and you need to put in the right solution to solve a puzzle. So in like a very basic sense, let's say we had a puzzle that was just like, the solution is you need to put these in the middle, and then it's solved, right? So you go around solving puzzles like that. There's all kinds of different mechanics as you go through the game about how the different puzzles work. If I stop the game running, I can show you, like, right now I'm just off in the void, but there's a whole like world of puzzles in the game that you explore and solve different kinds of puzzles that use different mechanics and stuff. You can't see the puzzles in editing mode because they only spawn when the game starts, but yeah, lots of puzzles. Yeah, there's just floating in the void, there's 383 puzzles, but obviously a lot of the ones that are floating out in the world are not necessarily going to make it into the game. There's just a lot of, like, when I build puzzles, I'll just put them out in the void there and figure out what I'm going to do with that. So now I need to explain the actual spoilers part, which is kind of what I'm working on right now, just so that people can kind of understand what it is. So there's an area in the game that has this mechanic, which I call like the dice face mechanic, which is pretty simple. Basically, you have a tile that has a number on it. That might be hard to see, so let me change the color of the panel if I can. That's not changing it. Will this change it? Okay. So let's put that more in the mid-range so it's easier to see. Okay, so it's a pretty simple mechanic. You've got a number on the tile, and then you need to like light up or low light that size of an area. So that's the mechanic, the basic mechanic for this area. If you've got like white, then it's got to be a low lit area, and if you've got black, it's got to be a high lit area. Which kind of seems opposite, but it's mostly because it contrasts better. The thing that I'm working on now is this other color dot that's a red dot, and the way that works is it actually subtracts from the amount of area that you need to make. So normally you'd have to make like a 3 size area, but because I can go over this dot, it makes a 2, and then it's happy. So that's what I'm working on right now. Yeah, so that may not explain exactly what I'm doing here, but that's what I'm working on today, and I've built a few puzzles here with that mechanic, and it's pretty interesting, I think. Right now I'm doing these ones where basically every tile on the puzzle has one of these on it, and then you have to kind of build around that. I mean, witnessy is a pretty strange adjective to use. I mean, the whole game is pretty witnessy, so let's see. So in this case, we got 6, and so normally we'd have to make a 6 size area, but each of these is going to subtract 2 from the area that we need to make. So we've got an area of 2, but now we subtracted 2 from the area that we need to make, so then that subtracts 2 out of this 6. So that makes 4 is the area we need to make. But then we take another step, and now we've subtracted 4 out of this. So those 2 is the area we need to make. Problem is we can't make that area because we've already gone down to 2, and we've exceeded that with the amount of steps that we've taken. Like the amount of tiles here is 3, but we need to make an area of 2 at this point. But you can combine... oops, I'm on a different puzzle. But you can combine the dots. Like the dots, when you step over them, they combine together. So these subtracting ones subtract together, but also these adding ones will add together. And so in this case, now we've got 6 plus 2 is 8. Minus 2 minus 2 is minus 4, and so then it's 4. So then that area is good, right? That's how that works. It's not obvious at this point because the rest of the panel still needs to be satisfied, because these the red dots can't just be on their own. They have to be canceled out, basically. But if I were to get rid of all of the other ones that are unnecessary, you would see that that's perfectly fine, right? But yeah, you can't just make like a area of 6 and then 2 and then leave those on their own. I mean, you could if you didn't have those, but because I have those, I have to cancel them out. So, oops, different thing. Well, I hope that was like a reasonable explanation, but it's kind of spoiling stuff. But if people are going to watch me working on the game, then they kind of have to be spoiled on what's going on. I guess that it's worth saying in regards to that that the game doesn't tell you what any of this stuff does. You just kind of are shown a series of puzzles that you have to figure it out based on solving those puzzles. So you kind of start with like this mechanic. You would already know what the black and the white dots do, and you just wouldn't have seen this red one, and then you'd have to kind of deduce, okay, well, 6 plus 4 is 10, so that's already more than there are on here. So based on that, you can kind of deduce that this must subtract from that, right? Which I could make a simpler one that just subtracted 1, but then I think it would be pretty simple. Like, it would be too simple. So I thought I would let you go that extra step in your head of saying, I bet it subtracts, and then subtract 2 from this is 4, and then, okay, I've got 4 over here, so I have to make 4 by doing that, right? So you just have a series of puzzles that kind of introduce that, right? Yeah, hard to explain exactly in a brief synopsis of what this particular puzzle mechanic is, but I thought it might be worth doing because people were dropping into the stream and might be interested to know what's going on with the game. So the only thing I don't know about these is, like, it's hard for me to design these in an organic way. It's a lot easier for me to design this particular mechanic in more of a top-down way, where I'm like, okay, how do I want this to, like, look roughly, right? But another thing you can do with these is cancel out, which I guess I should show on this other panel because I'm trying to explain what's going on. But so another thing you can do is cancel out completely. So if I have this and this, then they cancel out, and so it actually doesn't really matter what the area is at that point because it's canceled out, that other one. You'll notice it doesn't work here. That's because this one's still like a black dot thing, which means that this tile that it's on has to be lit up. So that's interesting because it can cancel out, right? 1 digit of precision. I don't usually print out the vectors, so, but I could see why that might be necessary. So I've got 4 there. I got 4. -2 -2 would make 0. If I did 6 for that, then that might be more interesting. Let's see if I... I did a 6 here and like a 4. See, that's 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. So that's canceled out, and then that's canceled out. So, wondering why that doesn't work. Oh, because this 1 here, right? Unless I add that there. Three, 1, so yeah, I think you can pretty easily deduce that that has to be on its own. In the final game, there's color variance between panels. Yeah. I mean, depends on what you mean by they blend together in your head. But there's color variance between, like, areas of panels. In this area, they're mostly this color just because it's kind of stands out for the puzzles, but they could be a different color. There's really no reason they couldn't be, but I haven't, like, colored every puzzle in the game. But some of the other puzzles are different colors. Like this area's puzzles are blue right now, but blue's just the default, so it's like I haven't set them, but there's some down here that are gray, and then there's some down here that are green. So, like, they have different colors, usually depending on what makes sense for the particular puzzle. Sometimes the color of the puzzle is like a hint to something. So, I mean, they will vary. It's just I don't always, like, worry too much about what the color of it is when I'm just designing the puzzles. See. I don't know if you mean they blend together in the sense that this particular panel, it's hard to see the colors separately. Like it doesn't stand out very well, but yeah, I mean, you can change it to whatever. There's like a thing here to do that, like whatever color you want, you can set it to. I mean, you can even, like, I think, well, maybe you can't set the alpha right now, but yeah, you can set whatever color you wanted for it. Like, it might make more sense to use something that's like a color that doesn't contrast as much with the red, but because you could do something like that, right? And set up the highlight to be like that or whatever. So you can do whatever you want, really, as far as the color. Yeah, well, I mean, I just run it around to show you a little bit, right? Like, If I zoomed out the camera, I could actually probably show you all of it. What is it? Subpixel camera? So if I zoom this guy out a lot, then it should spawn in everything. So that you can see more of the panels in here. So yeah, so there's a lot of different puzzles, different kinds of puzzles. Some of these areas are obviously not done, but I don't want to spoil too much. I think that's going to take forever to zoom back in, so. Oh gosh. There we go. Interesting. I guess it will, like... Weird. I don't know what's up with that, but, anyway. Let's see. But yeah, you can kind of make the panels whatever color you want them to be. It's not... There's nothing restricting that. It's just a matter of whether I bother doing it right now, because I'm still pretty early on. Obviously, most of the environment doesn't actually have art yet, even the rest of the game. So, like this is all just placeholder, kind of just gray box area, right? It's just so that when you play, you have something that's walling you in that's reasonably visible. So, yeah. Alright. Back to puzzle designing. I also need to build more of the puzzles that are not like a whole board of these, but it's kind of interesting, so I just wanted to do that. So I think I'll leave this one like that and do some other ones. Let's see. Yeah. So let's build another puzzle panel here. Anyway, I would say to everybody, if you want to keep up with the game, you can obviously follow the blog, or you can just follow the Twitch channel, because I do stream occasionally. I don't necessarily stream on a regular basis, but it will be more regular in the near future than it has been, because I'm on like kind of a temporary layoff from work, so I have a lot more time. Which is the... Okay, this is the one, yeah. So, I just need to build some puzzles that are utilizing these in an interesting way. Like the canceling out ones are not that interesting, but I guess they're interesting in one way here. I set that to 6. That's a little bit interesting just because you have to cancel out one and then also not intersect. I guess if I did like a -1 there, then that might work. No, that doesn't work because it's like the opposite of what I want. But I can do that. If I do like a 2 and then that, then it works. I think I'll go with that just because it's kind of interesting. It's not the bestest. It's not the best, but it's all right. I'm gonna take a real quick break, just about 1 or 2 minutes or something, and then I will be right back. Dropping frames. Drop my bit rate. Sorry. I got something to eat. Now it's Sandwich Cast. Sandwich Cast 2017. Really need to do is I need to change the camera set to where it's at a better zoom. Yeah, well, I mean, that would be nice. It would also be nice if I was partnered, I guess. Because then I would have quality options because they would re-encode it. Okay. I'm trying to see trying to see what other types of panels I could do here, I guess. Which I think that's interesting because the ones that I thought would be all I have is this kind of thing, which is kind of interesting, but not amazingly interesting. And then what mostly became interesting about it, at least so far, was just doing a sequence that introduces you to the idea, and that's interesting in and of itself. And then having these puzzles where they're all like that, and also having the cancel out thing was kind of the more surprising things to me. Oh, okay. Well, if I have quality settings, then that's good. Problem for me is that my internet's terrible, and so I drop a lot of frames. Let's see. Forgetting what I'm doing for some reason. I guess because I needed brain food. What I need is I need to have like 5 and -5 and another 5 and another -5. Which normally would be that. Right? No. So those are, that would be 4s. Let's see. So I've got 4 times 4 is 16, and then I got 5 times 4 is 20. So 4 needs to be disappeared, basically, for it to work. So if I put 2 of those in there, theoretically should be able to do it. See, it's kind of That's why these ones are not super interesting, because it's hard to make it to where you can't just deduce it pretty easily. Which maybe not a lot of players will do that, but... Put that down there. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. So that doesn't work. There's that. One, 2, 3. So that works. That works. So it's easy for the same reasons that the regular ones were easy, I guess. Which is that would be just the same as if I put 3 here and 5 there or something, or 4 there, right? Or I guess it's 5. I don't know. Wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 3. Yeah, so it'd be just the same as if I did that, right? That might be not terrible though, something like that. Because then you just, I guess you have to think of that as a 3. And be like, okay, what'd that be? Which is a little bit tricky, but I don't know, like, those are the ones that are not as deep. It's more deep when I put like a dot on every single tile, because then you have to think about every step that you take a little bit more. Whereas just combining stuff is still what it is. I mean, maybe if I made it bigger it would produce a difference, but I don't know that it would. We'll see though. Take a look at it. Feels like if I just put like a 3 there, and a 2 there, and a 1 there, just kind of scatter these guys around, right? That it's... maybe not that interesting, I guess. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4. So we're stuck with 4 there, no matter what. That subtracts out there, so we can't actually really do that. We can get 5 and then get 4 out of 5 and 2. kind of need these to be more. We need it to be like something like that, so I can start to... That doesn't work because yeah, it's really hard to design these kind of things without just kind of working backwards from a solution. There's a lot that are not possible, so it's 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that's safe. 6, 7 again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. But then I've got an extra one there is the problem. So that kind of makes it to where like 5. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So 2 plus 3 is 5, so that should work. Let's see. Just 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 10, 9, 8. 2, 3, 4, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so it really does need to be 6. Okay. So it's like I can make some kind of interesting things there, but they're not... Because they're not that interesting to design, I don't actually know whether they would be that interesting to solve. Like, that's always the hard part, whereas it's a lot more fun when... it's exciting and interesting when I design it, and I'm like, oh, that was a really neat puzzle, and I got that feeling where I was like, oh, I don't know if that's possible to do, you know? And I learned something new when I was making it. That's more interesting than just this basic thing of like, subtract from that to get that other thing. But I'll try, I'll keep trying with it and see what I run into. Playthroughs of the game recently. Not recently. It's been a little while. Last time I played through it, I'd say that the game probably would take... well, there's been a lot added at this point. It might take somebody about 3 hours to get through what's in the game. Maybe more if you got stuck on some of the harder puzzles. So that counts there, right? It's just kind of hard to design, like, these, because I want... I want puzzles that are surprising in terms of where the connections are, you know? And those are the harder ones to design. Oh yeah, I mean, it's useful to get a feel for pacing, but the game has a lot of pacing problems right now overall that I'm already pretty aware of. So I wouldn't gain that much from playing through it on those kind of merits, right? Because I just sort of already know, like, there's pretty obvious things, like if you get into the middle of an area and you don't really want to keep going with that area, right now you just kind of have to walk all the way back out of that area, and that can take a little longer than it should. And so the pressure that's kind of, you kind of feel of, if I leave, I'm gonna have to walk all the way out of here, and I'm gonna have to walk all the way back in here, really dampens somebody's enjoyment of the game, because they can't really do that because they're like, oh, that's so much time I'm gonna waste just walking around. I don't know what the solution there is. I think the easiest thing would be to just add in some way that you can warp out of an area back to like a hub. That really seems like the simplest thing to do, is just let you warp back to the hub and then warp back to where you were somehow. And mostly that comes out of the fact that the puzzles themselves, because I have this pixel art style, the puzzles are kind of big, right? Like if each puzzle in the world was this big, and you just kind of walked up to it and it like zoomed in and then you did the puzzle or something, that would be different. And I've considered doing that, but because then you'd be able to fit, like, you know, a lot of puzzles in a very small space. But because the puzzles are really big, it's like, to fit like 6 puzzles, you have to have like this much space, right? And so it takes a lot of time just to navigate around. I mean, the run speed's pretty high already, so like it's a pretty fast run speed to me. And the problem is, like, well, I mean, there's a few problems with that, but I can probably figure out layout ways to solve it. They'll require different level layouts than the ones that I have right now, but that's going to happen anyway, so it's not really a huge deal. really have a hard time finding them more interesting than these ones, because these ones are really kind of more interesting. I mean, there's some things that you can do here, but most of that I've covered in even this small panel. And there's some interesting stuff you can do with canceling out stuff, but most of the canceling out is really exemplified with just singles, right? If you kind of do everything, cancels everything. No, it's like... I'll try some more things, but... Feels like, you know, kind of what's interesting, I guess, is to try to make a puzzle that probably has multiple solutions with this type of mechanic. Two, three, four. 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. That's 2. Put like a 4 there. 3 minus 1 is 2. Yeah, it's kind of like a big scattering like that feels like it might have other solutions that I haven't found is more interesting to me than one that's that. So that's like a lot of symbols on one panel, but and that's fine, and that's good, and it's good to have puzzles that are highly complex, but I prefer puzzles that are interesting because they're deep rather than interesting because they're really complicated. Because the complicated ones are hard because it's difficult to keep it all in your head at one time, whereas the deep ones are hard because there's a lot of subtle things that you need to grasp in order to actually solve them. So it feels like, yeah, it's ones that lean towards having more of these dots are more interesting. And then the ones that have like every single one are really interesting too. So it's like the more of these that you have, the more interesting it is, because the more difficult it is to just think about the shapes the way you normally would. If I have a 5, that's 1, 2, 3. But if it's every tile, then it's like these have to be satisfied, right? So you have to connect through that, and so it becomes simpler than if I just had those there, right? And there's definitely something I have to do with regards to that, where it's like I need to make a puzzle that specifically is intended to highlight this, that you can cancel the one with the one there. I guess the obvious thing would be to just make one that's a bunch of white and black dots that you have to do that. I think I'll go ahead and make that one, and then I'll get back to this one in a second. Because that's like the obvious way to highlight that is to make a checkerboard type pattern. Like if I oh shoot, I need to paste the values. There we go. If I make a checkerboard, then you can do that, right? Like this type of thing. That was 1 and negative 11. Negative 11 and negative 1 and 1 weird that that's not working. Oh, because I got too many red dots. That's the problem. It's a very top-down puzzle, but it works, so. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 dots there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And I've got 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1. Yeah, so that kind of works as well as just a puzzle that's like in the mix to show you can cancel. It's not a basic thing of canceling them, but it's like a reminder if you have a whole bunch of those that you can cancel them. Okay, so here, what are we doing? What are we gonna listen to for a little bit? What will we listen to for a little bit? Probably not gonna stream too much longer. A lot of music there. A lot of music to pick from. Don't know what to listen to. Maybe I'll put this on. That's fine. Unless somebody objects. Oh my gosh. My stream has been super choppy. It looks okay now. Let's see. Six, 5, 4, 3, 7. 5, 6, 12. Minus 4 is 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So that's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 13 tiles. Minus 7. So 13 minus 7 is... Oops. Should be 6. What is going on? Oh, there we go. Yeah, it's 6. That's weird. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I got 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, okay, that's the problem. Is it should be 16 minus 7, which is 9. So it should be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So there's 4 more, really, than I have. So, like, putting 4 there would make sense. I don't know what Phil Fish is up to these days. I mean, he shipped a game. Called Super Hypercube. I guess I'll just put -1s. -1s! Okay, so I'm wrong. I am totally wrong about the count. So, I mean, he's kind of out of the game industry. My brain's starting to shut down, which is why it's getting close to ending stream time. But let's see. 6 plus 5 plus 2 plus 1 plus 4 plus 1. It's 19 minus 7. So there's 12. Should be 12, but there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 13. So there's one more than there should be. Which I could sort of get around by doing that. I guess. Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6. So that's right as far as 6 goes. Why is that wrong? 5 plus 4 plus 2 plus 2 is 13. There should be 6 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 5 plus 2 plus 4 minus 6, 14. Oh, interesting. I see. So really that was the problem, because there's one extra. So if I have that, and then I have this, that's gonna pull one extra too, right? That's probably fair. Yeah. Ooh, how long have I been streaming anyway? Oh, jeez. I've been streaming for about 5 hours, so it's. I think it's fair if my brain's starting to shut down, but that's not bad. How many puzzles is that we built with this new mechanic? Oops. Oh no. I don't know if I copied that last one. I didn't. Did I by any stretch of the imagination retain it? If not, I'll have to look at the video to recover it. Let's see. I didn't. Alright, well, I'll look at the video to get that one back, I think. That might be right. Might be right. Let's check that one. Okay, so I did copy. Alright, good. Anyway, okay, so let me count how many puzzies we did, including the kind of jank ones. 33 puzzles. That's not bad, considering the entire area thus far only has 49 puzzles. So that's not bad. We probably won't use all of those, but it definitely puts a lot more puzzles in there, so that's cool. So what was I gonna say? Yeah, I think I'll end the stream here. Once again, I'll remind everyone to follow the channel if you're not already, and you can also go to the link I posted in the chat, which is the blog for the game, where I write about what's going on with the game and what I've been working on each week. I don't necessarily always post every week, but I try to post as much as I can, and I talk about design and tech stuff on the game. So there's a whole bunch of stuff there. Right now I'm actually working on a new post there that's kind of interesting, where I'm talking about kind of higher level structure of the design of the game, so look forward to that. And of course, if you really want to help me out, there is a Patreon, which you can support. And for supporting the Patreon, you get access to some exclusive stuff. Let me see if I can post that in the chat. So yeah, so there's a Patreon. I do writings on game design. There's some essays you can get to from there. I do videos and obviously games. There's a whole bunch of stuff I have written there that you can read, and anyway, so you can support that. And if you support at like $5, then you get access to some exclusive stuff, which there's a bunch of it here that you you can see. There's different retrospective game analysis videos I've done. I've done some videos analyzing The Witness. There's this Braid series, which that's available publicly, actually. And some other odds and ends in there. So anyway, if you're feeling particularly generous, that's one way you can help support making the game, and the money that you put in there definitely goes and helps me have more time to work on this stuff, because I mean it's not like it's my full-time job to do this right now. I still have to work. So anyway, so thanks everyone for joining. It's been a lot of fun. I hope you've had fun. Obviously, one other thing I'd like to remind everybody of is that there is an archive of all the streams on YouTube, and I will post the link to that. I don't always get everything uploaded the same day, but there's a link in the chat to the archive. You can also find that stuff in the description on the Twitch page, but that's the archive for all the streams, and you can watch those if you like. Or if you missed the earlier part of the stream today, then that'll go up there as soon as I can get it up there. So anyway, thanks for joining, and I will see you all around on the internet. Have a good one.